Well, hello there. All right. So, let's get this all fired up. We were trying to use the toolbar. And if I could type, that would help. There we go. Get this all fired up here. Okay, so this we want to go all the way over, and same with this. That's our primary problem currently. And we also want to make sure that that only works when there is a map displayed. Let's take a look here. And we are working on figuring out why the bar doesn't go all the way over first and foremost. But since we're in here, I'm much happier to have a bar than I am to have these buttons, I think. So let's just put this all into there. We'll get rid of this. And we'll get rid of this. We'll let it all live inside of the need one more of them. All inside of the bottom bar stuff here. So we add this guy. Set his border radius to 0. We say no gap here in the parent bar. Wonder if that should be fine. I mean, obviously it's not, but it should be. Let's try. We're gonna comment this out real quick. Let's see here. We have to do you and you. And then this whole maker, so down to here. Okay. Let's see if it'll go. Oops. World. And then, thank you. We'll see if it'll go all the way across with all this commented out. We'll simplify it, right? Okay. We need to make this grow, but that's fine. There's nothing in there now. What have I messed up? I bet it's because you're set to grow. You're set to grow. You're not. We could actually do this. We don't actually need another one in here, I don't think. I don't have my Twitch credentials, and I'm dropping by to send you a hello from Spain. Ah, full screen got me. Having a wonderful vacation. Awesome. I didn't realize you were on vacation. That's wonderful news. I hope you are relaxing and enjoying, and I hope there's good weather. Okay, that's better. Now let's look at this. It's gonna be frame 2, menu bar, map name. That's all nicely centered inside of here. I'm noting that this has some padding, which we left on there, I think, still, so that's probably fine. We could probably get rid of it now, but that's neither here nor there. This is still not extending all the way across, though. So it's definitely something to do with the way the title bar is filling, or the menu bar is filling up that area. Toolbar. There's the word I'm looking for. That's what they call it. The also, I forgot to change this. Make sure we get all of them. We tried to grow. Relaxing. Had so much stress at work. It was long overdue. What am I up to? I missed so much. Well, we're pretty close to done with the baseline functionality here of the map editor. We can now load from files. We have icons that are real in place, so they're all like, you know, consistent-ish. These are a little bigger than that. I'm not sure if I care or not. We'll figure that out later, maybe. We have this to say, oh, I took it out. I'm going to need to fix that. It knows when there's unsaved changes, and it'll warn you when I put it back. The drag and drop works. I forget where you last hung out, but we're pretty close to happy with this up until we go make the map smarter, right? In fact, I'll need to pull that map name. I need to pull the notifier out of here. Before I forget, and it becomes a thing I have to recreate. Let's do... Oh, I don't want the whole thing, though. Dang it, okay. It's fine. It's fine. Save state text. And I don't need that. There we go. But that's awesome. I'm glad that you are de-stressing. I know you were putting in entirely too many hours and working constantly, and it was starting to wear on you. Grind you down. Glad you're not doing that. Let's see here. We'll worry about that later. Well, thank you. I'm reasonably happy with it, and I'm excited to move on to something new for a while because it's been a long push to get this all up to where I want it to be. Okay. So. The bar. Why not the bar? Let's you go inside of oh, maybe no? No, we add you to W. We don't need that right now. I don't think this would be related, but let's just double check to make sure. Do a sneaky inspect. And it might just be... Yeah, you don't go all the way to the end. Why do you not go to the end? I wonder if there's an element inside of here that is doing something wonky. Look at toolbar again. All items plan. All the items during layout sizing. We add the overflow. Actually, I should be able to see. Do this real quick to check if I can. Should be able to see the child objects within. Bottom bar, frame 0, toolbar 0. Is it perhaps overflow menu does not show anything because it's invisible? Okay. We override, make you not invisible. Do I need to also override there, perhaps? No, you just don't extend. You're told to grow. Hey, Shushi? Shui show? I'm sure I ruined it every single time. How's it going? I'm sorry I butchered your name. Yeah, something's actively making it be shorter than that. But what? People call me Shushi, yeah. But it's not actually Shushi though, is it? It's Shui show. Right? Or Shui show. Let's see here. I go for many names, not gonna lie. Yeah, I do the same thing. Let's see here. I don't think you have no padding on you. You have no margin on you. You grow. You have a gap, but that shouldn't matter for this. So you could do scroll? That shouldn't matter. You have to do that though. Because nothing should be pushing. Well, that didn't work, huh? That was weird. Okay. What does MUD means? Multi-user dungeon. It's like playing Zork online with your friends. It's from back in the day when we had computers that were bad. They were starting to get a little better when we got the internet. Very confused by this. Yeah, indeed. Bro. Fill. Border. No border. Yes, mucks are related to that then? Yeah. Yeah, I've heard, I'm sure there's a supremely nitpicky technical difference between them, but it's more or less the same thing. How the heck are you doing, Otter, by the way? Glad to see you again. Scroll bar. This shouldn't matter either, but why did you do that instead of changing? Good happy Sunday. How's me? I'm all right. I'm getting there. I'm getting there with my project here. I've got a lot of things working. I've got the ability to drag and drop things and apply them. We can save and open maps. We have the ability to, like we come here, we can see, let's see, 31242, we delete that, and our little arrow disappears so that it's easier to tell where your connections are. Lots of good stuff happening. Starting to come together. And if you have, like, as you're building a thing, you can save these templates and you can drag a room into place and then everything gets applied. You can also drag in a connection in between, so it just automatically puts that template into both directions. UI looks very cool. Thank you. I've tried to make it usable. The theming is completely just the default dark, so that's still a thing I need to do eventually, but I'm worried about that later. Oh yeah, we can click and drag as well. We can right click to drag the map around. Big fan of that. And if I can just finish up getting the this top bar into a state that I like. Oh yeah, you can see unsaved changes now because I put that back. So it tells you if you've made modifications to this map and not saved them. I thought that wasn't supposed to scroll. It shouldn't. I'll need to fix that. That's fine. Let's see here. I wonder if you just don't. If that's the way you're supposed to be, maybe? Let's look at our docs. There must be something somewhere telling it to be shorter. UI improved like 10 times. I tried. I'm really bad at UI, so you know. I'm just striving for usability. Let's see here. We want widgets and we want toolbar. Toolbar. Ah. Theirs don't extend all the way either. That's unfortunate. Maybe we'll do this a different way than instead of using the toolbar. Because it's really not clear where it's getting that behavior. And it's probably somewhere in all of this setting size by children and all that. Meaning it would suck to override. And we did try overriding it by just saying, hey, grow. And that didn't work. Guess we might have to try a final styler real quick, just in case having it run very, very last fixes it. If not, we can just build our own, I suppose. I don't think there's anything super special about it. A quick peeky peek here. Yeah, it's still there. Okay. One other thing I could try. What has the background? Oh, I'm not in the right. Need to go back to the toolbar I closed. Background, surface container. So it's this guy. Yeah, it's already set to grow. It's got horizontal padding, but that shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, there's something else in the framework is going on, I think. Okay. So, we're going to abandon the toolbar idea. Instead, we're going to just drive this directly. We can get rid of that. Let's do... Because we don't need that. We can either do a maker or we can just pull these back up and put stuff into W. Let's just do a maker and see if there's any real benefit to it or not. We've done it the other way in a lot of widgets, but that's fine. We need one more of these at the end, I think. Maybe we have an extra one now. Yeah, we did. Okay, cool. So then we can still add our buttons here. And then we'll put this back. For some reason my highlighting didn't change, but that's fine. Don't care. Just gonna push on. Take out the toolbar. And we'll make this just the right half maker. Give that a shot. See how we like it. I think I lost my justify styler. Okay, what do we got going on here? Menu bar, bottom bar. Oh, I must have forgotten to put it in. You go in W. That's correct. Half maker. Why didn't you make her? You're set to grow. Oh. Not delete. I bet the wait, no, we don't want to do that. we want to, the bottom bar needs to be display grid 2 columns. That way, the boxes go in side by side, and yet, still missing them. Am I not allowed to do this with the maker this way, perhaps? Bottom bar. Save an open map. It's not adding. Aren't you adding the left half? Or you are, but you're not adding the right half. Okay, well, that's fine. We'll just go back this way. This is save button, new, not toolbar, new button, off of W. We just changed these guys. All be save button. The same thing here for the open button. For a new button off of W, which we need to make sure. I lied. This isn't off of W anymore. This is off of left half. Same thing goes here. There we go. There's an extra one. This is also left half. Open button in there. And then we have an extra closey brackets that we don't need. Let's see what else we have here that we don't need. Right there. There we go. Right half, you go into W still. Maker goes away. This goes away. We'll call you. Reset zoom button. New button off of right half. Come down here. Set that. Delete you. We still have extras. No. Not there. Here and here. Zoom out. Button. Or new button off of right half. All that. Zoom out button. One more. Zoom in button. New button off of right half. All of this. Zoom in button. Okay. Missing one extra one. There we go. All right, let's give that a go. Make sure everything's looking like we want. We just need to justify these over, but looks pretty good to me. In our right bar, you need to be content to the end. Oops. There we go. Run that. Open that. I like that all in all. We need to disable save button when we're in loading as well as the zoom. Let's do a quick commit here. Pull menu bar buttons down below map name. Go. Let's do in here, let's see, open button. We'll need to check the unsafe changes here and give you a dialog warning. So we need to do that. We'll do that in a second here. The zoom buttons, all of them, we need to drive you on. Actually, we'll let the zoom buttons send the event still. We'll go into the well, not in server, editor, map editor, map widget. When we do the zoom, handle zoom, we'll say up at the top, if map, game map is nil, just return. What the world is going on today? There we go. Just can't type to save my life. Okay, now that should fix the one. If we zoom, we get nothing as expected. We need to disable save when we're in here. We can do that. How exactly did I wire that up? I did, nice little breeze. If you become a dust storm, I'll have to close windows. We don't do that, okay. Save map, then come into here. So we can actually do the same thing here. We already handled that case, so it's not saving, it's just the UI doesn't indicate it's disabled, which I'm okay with. If it's not doing anything when you click on it, perfectly fine. It just toggles that. So we need to fix that. And I would like to put you in like underneath there or something. Because we have a case of the wiggles currently. This lives in menu bar when we click on the save button. Actually, we just do that. That way it doesn't just blindly toggle. The open button. We need to say if the unsafe changes is true, then we need to look at the dialog whatchamacallits. documentation. Because I always forget. You need to put a body in and a bunch of other stuff. They're kind of awkward. That's fine. So in here, if there are unsafe changes, we'll do new body. For discard changes, I guess, but close enough, I guess. And dialogue off of menu bar. New text unsaved changes will be discarded. You wish to continue? Oh, duh. Silly me. This needs to go into D. And then this needs to go inside set text. I always do that. I always forget. And then we do add bottom bar, which is a func bar, which is a core.frame pointer down there, like so. Love that. And then here we do, let's do add cancel. Let's do OK first. We'll add OK onto the bar. On click. We just set handled. Think it should fall through. We'll find out. On cancel, however, ooh, this is going to break because this is in a callback. Well, isn't it that guy with that project? It is. How's you today, Ash? How's things? All of the everything. This is going to be broken. What we need to do is say here, actually we can still leave set handled. But we say that we run that, we let it go. It should come out of here then. And then if we're going to save, we do those things. All those things. Let's give that a test real quick. Things are fine. I'm about to sit down, do a little bit of writing. Excellent. Let's do a little test here. We'll load our test map. And we can pick on a tile down here again. Delete you. Now, if I click open map, if I click cancel, it's not closing. Nothing happened. Why not? I've done this in other places and it's worked. What did I forget? And, oh, nope, that's correct. It's just run dialogue. There's another function too, but Mm. Hey, Misha, how's it going? How's Sunday treating you? Is it set handled? Is it not letting something else jump in there and take care of closing that, maybe? Nothing important there. Um, so launch you with those taken out. Test map. Take you out. Open map. Unsafe changes. Cancel. Okay. Yes, is the answer to that. But it's still... in the world? What are you doing over there? Okay. It still popped up. It's because this still... Okay, right. Yes, I remember now. Because these things pop up, this gets fired before this has a chance to get an answer back. I remember this. I would need to... Hey, Sai, how's it going? Going pretty good here. Just kind of chasing up the little UI things for being done with the baseline functionality of the map editor. So I'm gonna need to do this instead because of the asynchronous nature. We'll do that. Cancel just falls through. You will call save func. This will go away. Else, just call the save func. Then we don't need that anymore. Do you need to? Yeah, okay. Browser stuff before? Did you finish that? Yes. Kind of. It's part of this, actually, right here. So here we can file browse for our test maps. Right now they're all in the same folder, so we'll need to fix that eventually, but we can open. Right now, we're just making sure that if I was to have unsaved changes and then open, if I was to cancel, then it cancels opening. Otherwise, okay. That one didn't work. This actually isn't save func. It's a custom UI for it. Kind of. The file browser widget is provided by the framework. I just wire it up. It's good. Finally a bit colder outside after it stormed this morning. Nice. I'm eating my own hair, apparently. Cool. It's good. Finally, also really good timing because I spent 45 minutes today trying to fix a bug that never existed. So I had to take a long walk after I figured that out. Yeah, I know that feeling. This is actually... It's not really a save func. It's open func. But but it breaks stuff. Actually, we should double check this real quick. We'll open this again. Delete that. And then we'll open map and we'll click OK. Okay, it is definitely not there. Let's come over here. We'll look and see. So we have the file picker in there. It's just not actually showing up. Oh, there it goes. As soon as I moved, it popped back in. So that probably means that we are missing an update somewhere. It would have to be in the map widget, in open map, where it should call update. What did I miss in there? Causes this. The other thing we can double check. Hey man, sorry I haven't been to the channel a while. I was a lot busy with school and my personal project. Hey, that's no problem. Engine's so beautiful. Well, this is the editor, but thank you. Yeah, no problem. I mean, I know how it'd be to be busy with projects, right? If we do this, okay, that immediately pops and works. So why? Is it when there's a change? And I say, yes, I'm willing to... Oh, now it worked. Okay. Oh, okay. I know why. It's because we were scrolled. We need to reset the scroll because this widget is still scrolled down here. And we didn't even need to delete that to get it to work, though, or to happen. I say, yes, I wish to continue. As soon as I scroll, that's why it comes up. Don't you think C++ will give you more control over it, though? No, I don't think that would give me more control. Would it be better in some ways? Probably. What we need to do on open map, we delete the children. We need to reset the scroll. This is for the parent. Do I by chance have some experience with Gorm? No. That's one of those ORMs that wraps database calls, right? Control like memory management and stuff. I don't care about that. I'll let the garbage handler take care of it. So it wouldn't be scroll to this. I would need to scroll values. Visible size less. This is the maximum size that could be scrolled. So that gets the value out. I don't want that. Why did you stop playing music? I took repeat off, that's why. I need Need. Yeah, it's the ORM library for Go, yeah. Only been using raw SQL so far, but I usually prefer ORMs, so I was thinking about giving it a go later. I'm the other way around. I would much rather just write SQL. Or whatever I'm using. I find ORMs to be... They add complication for no real clear benefit, right? In my opinion. Um, I can get the scrolls, I can get the values. I can scroll to this, but that again requires parent frame to scroll to keep this widget in view. Oh, what when I make the container? Scroll to this? How about that? So then if I come down here, this should happen. Oh no, it didn't work. Oh, because I put it... I bet you the container, because it's set to grow, fills the whole thing. Oh no. I don't want your cheap viewers. I don't want any of that nonsense. I'm just going to have to report you for being a bot. And then I'm going to have to ban you. Bot alert, yep. They had gone away, but now they seem to be back. Well, then your PC may explode with the RAM usage. It might happen. Not saying well, but might, most probably not, though. I mean, I guess we'll find out, huh? Because that grows. I bet. Let's do this. Let's try. We'll put you... Scroll to this. Use the vision view. Try putting you on the center frame, because that should be actually centered. And not falsely give us a... tell us that it's already visible, which is probably what's happening before. Open you. Come down here. Open map. No, still? That's annoying. We can do... I'll print out real quick to see if it actually thinks it's scrolling, because it sure isn't. But scrolling has been wonky. Down to the bottom we go. We open the map. It says false. It didn't try to scroll. Well, why not? Is it because we didn't put anything in you yet, maybe? I wish there was just like a reset scroll function that would just take it to the top. Take everything to the top. We can also try hanging it off of the file picker after we create it. Come down here. Open a map. Still nothing. Still false. Was UI framework to use again? Kind of want to take a look. Cogent. Let me get you a linky link. I'll drop it in both chats. In case anybody over there on YouTube land wants to see. And they have their GitHub link on there as well. So that didn't work. Hey, Yudo, how's it going? Just fighting scrolls again. The thing I seem to do with this framework. Scrolling has never been great. I'm sure they'll fix it eventually, but for now. Scroll to box. That takes an image rectangle. What is auto scroll? Scroll to position. Ah, okay. Okay. Scrolls the layout. So if we do this right after we delete, auto scroll. Is there a zero? No. Auto scroll to 0, 0. Just do it. Dang it. Open your test map here. Scroll down. Open map. Still no. Does this also return? It does. Not quotes, silly. Let's see if it's even trying or if something else is going off here, going wrong. True. So it thought it scrolled there. Do I need to update to get you to redraw? That would be kind of annoying. Not gonna lie. Still nothing. What if we scrolled before we deleted? I wonder if because there's nothing in there, it says to scroll and it's like, I scrolled and there's a bug in the framework that's like confusing things, maybe. Like it doesn't know how to scroll when there's no scrollers type of deal. Still nothing. Thinks it's scrolled though. Okay. Can we do position scrolls? Ranges scroll bars. Let's take a look. That doesn't help me at all. It has scroll and scrolls D is not nil. Position scroll to D. That is annoying. What if I go to... Nope, can't do that. Scroll dim to start. Scrolls... You put the given child coordinate position top left of a view box at the start of our scroll area. The position which is an int for some reason. Oops. Dims. I think this is what I want. This needs to be... Yes. And the Y, both. I'll just get rid of that for a second to see if I'm correct in my recollection. Come down here. Open a map. Dang it. Why? Why you do this? Make sure that... Yep, you're the one that's scrollable. Let's do... Can't forget our new line if we want to be able to read this. Here we go. Let's make sure it actually thinks it's trying to scroll before we get too discouraged by that. What is that sound in the background? Probably my phone telling me I got an email, which is probably telling me that Twitch banned the thing, the bot. Let me mute that. I was gonna do that and I got distracted. Either that or my typing. Could be one or the other. Do that, do this. Okay, still nothing. Okay, it thinks it scrolled both, but it didn't. What if, as a test, I'm gonna return here. And hopefully it won't complain too much. Even though all of that code is unreachable. Okay, perfect. So. False there. Crap, I use that. We have to do... Because then I can't open a thing to test it. If there are children inside of here... There. I think maybe, because it shouldn't have anything at the start. Open will get called the first time. It'll get children. Perfect. Okay, now I can scroll. Open map. It did scroll some. Okay. But it keeps trying to, it just doesn't scroll all the way. Why the heck not? Is it, okay, here's a theory. 4 or 5 should be like in the middle. Close-ish. Scrolls to put the given child coordinate position, top left of a view box, at the start, top left, or scroll area, to the extent possible. Given child coordinate position. Hmm. Scroll bar effective max, set value. If it has scroll in the dimension, which is the X and Y axis, theoretically. C min is the content range. I'm wondering if this is like the visible area gets scrolled up a little bit and then it calls it done. Content range. This is annoying. The so we could put we could try putting the scroll into child objects. Right now it's just on the frame. And then in our build widget, we need to save a reference to that so that when we build it, we put it all into the same thing. Or I guess maybe we could do, instead of messing with this, just an extra line. Yeah. Okay. It's fine. That stays. Before we get too crazy, let's do a quick commit here. We still have that bug, but we'll do a commit so that if we get off, off in the weeds and decide we don't like how it's shaping up, it's easier to just chuck it. We'll do confirmation dialog on opening new map with unsaved changes. Don't allow zoom without opened map. There we go. So if we go up here, We do this. This is menu bar. It's up here. We do this. We let you be that way. And now when we do build view grid, we delete the children. If this is not nil, we do all of that. Here, except we need to do map container, new frame off of map widget. Like so. Probably should have done this sooner, but I was being lazy. Now we have you. You also need to be told to grow. We want you to just grow to the full height and width. Then when we come in here, this needs to be you will need container information. Well, we can make that decision here in a second. Trying to keep this a little flatter, but is what it is. So in here, put you, you. And then here, we just need to app container, container. Should probably flip those arguments around, but we'll just see if it works first. Okay. Open you. Crap. I need to put the things on the container for the scroll. That's fine. We'll fix it in a minute if we like what we're getting up to here. Open map, then it pops up. Yeah. Crap. Okay. That's okay. We just need to pull context menu still fine. Ooh, might not be. We'll see. We'll have to see. Instead of doing that, no, yeah, I think we want to put it in there. I was thinking about maybe doing a reference to the container into the struct, but I don't think we really gain anything. It's gonna have to be clickable though, which is actually fine. Take this. Put you here. The be all of this, I think. It needs to come down into map container stuff. And if we're going to do this, it would be nicer to pull that out, I think. But give it a go. See if that restores our clicky dragginess. Open. No. Oh, it's because the zoom. It's because that, I think. I hope. You could actually make this map container update in both cases, I think. Okay, that restores that. Excellent. That fixes that. All my clickies are still good. Unsave changes. If I open map, I cancel. Everything stays. If I say yes, throw those away. Then everything becomes happy. Okay. Let's do... a map container. I think it needs to be exported for everything to work. We could actually put dragging on you. And then that would get changed to this. That. And you don't, oh, right, you don't work yet because you're not yet a thing. Let's put you... Let's actually do a new file for this. It'll be in the same package, that's fine. I just don't want to complicate the visuals. It'll be nicer to pull them apart a little bit. So then here we need to do init, like so. We do, if I could spell correctly, init the frame. This stuff moves over here. That goes away. This actually just becomes MC all over again. Ooh. Then you don't have this. We could still do, we could do a setter for it. Yeah, that's probably fine. Let's call it, instead of columns, we'll call it column count. And then we need to pull handle zoom over here. Yeah, if we did this, we would have to store a reference to you. I think. Let's not pull this apart. Because it's going to create more problems than it's going to solve. Yeah. Oh my gosh. This, that. Put you guys back. We pulled you out. There we go. Not sure I super love the way the code looks, but pretty much needs to be here. Context there, context not there, scrolling fixed by not existing. Okay. That is probably about as good as that is really going to get for that part. Let's go ahead and do a commit for that. Oops. Pull put all map tile widgets into the into a container that we don't have to mess with scrolling when we delete all children to load a new map. Now, we need to fix a couple little things. Oh, did I have... we need to fix the changes. That's what I... Words. So up here, when we do this, Map name, this all goes into one. What I think I want to do... Let's get rid of the padding on that. I'm going to do... Can't really call it a split. That is a different thing. Let's call you game area, new frame, put you in W. Do you a styler. Actually, hang on. Can I... Can I create a split that doesn't... It's not editable, that you can't drag, and just use that? Doesn't seem so from this, but... Let's double check that, because the docs are not the most complete thing in the world. Wondering if I can do this as a learning experience, but in Rust, but it would be more visual novel rather than Mud. Nice to see you. I mean, sure. Do you know Rust? I would suggest to anyone looking to do a project that you do one thing that's going to be hard at a time, right? So if you already know a language well, then build a challenging project. If you don't know that language, then learn the language by building a project you know how you want to tackle first, and get more comfortable with the language so that you have like one big learning curve thing at a time. If you try to do both, it's going to be really, really hard. And nice to see you too. Split. That's what I was going to look for. Just so you stop complaining real quick. Let's do... Look at this. Give me a splits. So I don't see read only. See editable. Okay. Style splits is a thing. Even splits. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing around the addition of handles I can see. So that's probably not. I would like to 100% support that statement. I have started to learn a new language with a new project so many times. It's such a terrible idea. Yeah, it's going to make it like twice as hard, right? Absolutely. Thank you for the tip. I have plenty of experience with Ada and Swift, but I'll keep that in mind. I'm mostly just here for the vibes. Cool. Yeah, no worries. Okay, so I don't think I can styler a split or read only a split. So we'll just do this the old-fashioned way. By mucking with these guys. Don't know if parent Y is a good idea here, but we're going to find out. Let's just do X. No. We'll do both. And then we'll do... Parent height, 80. Let's say. And then we'll put you, instead of in W, into name area. Status area. You go into W. Not 2. W. Put a styler on you. And then you just get the rest, basically, of the space. We put you into status area. Let's see how that works for us. If we like it. Over here. I forgot to center them, but that's okay. Do that. I also forgot to call them. Okay. Everything is wrong. That's okay. Center that. Center that. For 24. Kick you down just a little on the size. This is going to be a problem because no, we said use it, grow, and give you a max. Oh, this might still be a problem because of that bug. We'll find out. Okay, you're not centered. That's weird. Quick look here. App name. Oh, oops. Top section. And then you also need to center. That's why I switched to Golang, actually. I can pretty much focus on my learning the stuff I need for my weird little build a website with just HTML, CSS project right now because the language is so simple. Yeah, I've tried it before with other languages, but every time I was learning how to use a language, how to use the framework that comes with the language, plus how the web works at the same time. Never made any progress. Now it's going fine. Yeah, I can see that. Did I forget to grow something? Frame 2, menu bar, top section. Frame 0 and frame 1. Oh, dumb. I forgot to direction, not display. Is column for you as well. Okay, and then if I come in here and I just do change, it does shove everything down. Because I didn't do a max on this guy. I bet. And y'all just kind of get squished. Okay, so yeah, okay. Top section needs to be max Y, parent height, 80, let's say. That way they don't calculate amongst themselves where they need to be. it just reserves that space. Still a problem though. A quick look. This top section. For one, we have a gap, I think. Yeah, this is not. Oh, did I tell you to grow? Did. What if I give you a min? This, do that backwards. This is 100. And this is not height, it's width. The other is 20 because this is 80. And we do a 0 on the gap. Not sure that's doing any different. I think I need to min the top bar here as well in the same way. Top section. Max Y. Min is also 80. Okay. That's kind of shoved that down, but maybe that's fine from a standpoint of things not moving. We just need to give this a little more space to breathe. Wiggled a little bit, but let's take a look. This also would need 80% min. So you're locked to 80, you're locked to 80. You just fit in. Not you. You just fit in by having a min. I guess I might have to do max too. Can I ask if Cogent Core is your project, just an OSS project I'm using? Just an open source project I'm using. Oh, didn't click. There we go. Okay. I think there's still a little bit of a gap in one of these guys. Maybe not. Maybe we just need to scoot you up a tiny bit. You're just a little too big still. Let's make you... Let's do 70. Oh, wait, no, not you. You're the overall box for the top half or top section. You are the one that needs 70. And you get to be 30. Then you just fit in as you can. Okay. Perfect. Now we just need to fix this. And we might be able to scooch. This up a little. Especially if we were to align things to the end. So scooch them down. Maybe. Start with this. We will kick you down to 70. And then you just get the rest. I'm going in here. I don't need to check that anymore. I will. I'm pretty happy with the way that lays out, aside from the fact that it's squished here. I will want to perhaps take you out. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, that's a little on the big side, but take a quick peek. Inspector. Let's see. Top section, bottom bar. Yeah. Maybe that's fine. I don't know, it looks kind of just a little bit wonk. Like there's an awful lot of gap there. Oh, and then it moves. Because there's nothing constraining it anymore. I'm sure I'm doing something stupid. So we do need to have it have a max. Let's just give you, in general, a skosh more. Because that's going to help us to constrain everything in when everything else is using relative measurements, right? Just pick anything, just do a change, and then we get that, which doesn't wiggle, which I'm very, very happy about. Not you. You. Kind of has to be just reserving an amount of space because otherwise it won't show up without any content and then it will wiggle. Think we're going to do that. Let's just do here in the name area, align content to the end. Should push it down a little bit. And I think that'll help it look just a little bit better, maybe. I hope. Like that feels more centered and there's less of a weird gap here. As long as it doesn't break stuff. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Let's do a commit there. And we'll say rework the menu bar to display the map name and unsaved changes. In column instead of row. Okay. I'm going to use the restroom really quick and refill my beverage. I will be right back, and then we will fix the header for my room tile is scrolling off the screen. It shouldn't be, so we'll fix that real quick. But yeah, be right back. There we go. Now, let's take a look at the edit bar. Kick you over here for now. I don't think we'll need you, but maybe. Welcome back. Thank you. What are you up to today, Sai? You'd be in... Just collapse these real quick. Just more refactoring, nice. Gotta do it, right? Pretty chill, vibing, excellent. Let's collapse these just for the sake of my sanity. And the... Gonna be in init, I think. Form header. We add you. Header text, updater, all that. It's because you are the scrollable. This needs to get moved down to the form parent. I think. And then when we select you, yeah, there we go. That fixes that. I must have just when I pulled it out into a custom widget, I forgot to put it in the right place. All right, that lines up, that lines up. This no longer lines up with that, but that's probably fine. I don't hate it. Then the rest of the space gets that. Yeah, that's pretty okay if you ask me. Do a quick commit for that. We'll take a quick look at if there's anything else that I am forgetting. Fix, edit bar, header, scrolling off the screen. So, the board of to-dos here. We have this wiggle thing. I'm pretty sure that's related to our other bug we already made. We're going to leave that until they address it, or until we can't avoid it. That's not for that. Just notice you're like one of maybe 2 JetBrains users I know. Nice. I am indeed a fan of the Goland. This is server. This is to do with the map side of the server. That's fine. Let's, while I'm thinking about it, probably Cogent bug. Leave myself a note. Fellow GitHub's projects user, I say yes. Although their recent change where they really want everything to be an issue, I don't want issues because, like, I just want tasks for now. And you have to hit control to just create an empty task inside of the board is kind of driving me a little bit insane. Unless I can find anything else that is not right. We need to move the map configs out of the main config file, but until we fix the map, that can stay. Because we have to make the change both places. We probably need to just pull them out into a config file. We've got that. Oh, we do need to, okay, yes. Because I want to make this better because OpenMap, like, it works, but if I have a change, I'm like, oh no, I don't like the way this is shaping up. Do I want to click on open map? Now I totally get that. Issues are a specific thing. Yeah. I guess I just gave into the Git overlords. Yeah. Like when if it's a project that is ready for things to be reported, then issues make 100% sense, and having them tied to a board would be cool. But this is too early for that. And then I would have to go like figure issue classifications or something to make that make sense, and I don't want to mess with that right now. So I just try to remember to hit control and then enter. Right, yeah. So for what do I want to do for this? I could do like I could do a menu button that's like map. And maybe I will. Maybe that is the answer. The other thing I could do. That kind of squishes that if it's. Really tired of messing with this top bar, but you know, what are you gonna do? The other thing that I could do is kind of mimic the look of their menu bar, or their toolbar rather. But do my own buttons. And like I could call it file as well, but how do I want to do that? Yeah, I do want to make this a little bit. Good thing I didn't close menu bar. Let's do this. So instead of having our padding on the top here, leave that. The border can. Ooh, do I want the border to say? What if I put? I'll get to that. The padding can go on the bottom bar to keep that squished in, or I could put it on. Those just go inside of there. I could put it on here, but instead of set horizontal, set left. Just so that our buttons don't go snuggle with the borders. This becomes set right. Gap 0, that's fine. The bottom bar background equals styles, was it? No, it's colors. Dot scheme dot surface container, I think is what their toolbar used, which we'll kind of duplicate a little bit. or mimic a little bit. Let's give that a test. Make sure that we're close. Okay, yes, closer. Think maybe surface container high is better. No. Surface container it is. Let's actually just look again real quick. Toolbar. Show me the toolbar style again. We need to set the buttons to a different thing, and maybe that'll make the contrast a little better. Surface. Yeah, it is just surface container, okay. I was reasonably happy with the way that looked. Hey there, Chief. How's it going? It goes pretty good. How about you there, Tree? Tree mosher? Are you a tree that moshes, or do you mosh with trees? These guys set type button. Here's my docs on buttons. Which type do I want? Stole my brother's Napster account back in the day, and this was the handle. I don't know what it means. Nice. Button types. Action, yeah. And then we'll do this on the open button and this button and this button and this button. How do we like that? Yeah, that's not bad. I want to... How long have I been working on this? Since like October, casually. More so after, more recently. Not a bad question. No, not at all. I want to center these in the vertical. Center, align, content, center. I might need to put that into the child things as well. I probably do. Into the halves. Yeah. Might not even need it up here. Let's try taking it and just moving it into the halves first. And then, yeah, I do still need to put it in the parent. Everybody got to get centered. Because you guys don't, yeah, you don't grow on the Y, that's why. Yeah, that's better. I feel like a tree mosher character would go hard, to be honest, right? I just realized I don't see or notice people using a corded headset as often. Mind if I ask what headset that is? It's an older SteelSeries. And I have corded all the things because I hate dead batteries and chasing batteries and wireless things that just like stop working and then you got to resync. Little fed up with Bluetooth these days? Exactly. Like, I just want it to freaking work. So I'll plug it in. 100%. Making me rethink my life, right? Okay. Can't tell if that's a little high, but I mean, it's close enough. We could do... the only thing I hate more than dead batteries and Bluetooth is finding a charger cable, right? Usually USB-A or C, yeah. At work, I have to resync after every meeting. Well, take the devices to the meeting with you so that they can sync with the rest of the team. So on the real-time collaboration in the cloud. Okay. I could... Just because... Actually, would you be there or would you have... Kind of just being nitpicky about my own UI, but if the... You only grow in the X. If I set your margin to 0, will that make everybody... we can test it with just those two. Make everybody exactly the right height as you. Because if we did that, then mousing over would highlight the whole section. No, something else needs to... get tweaked. We can do... You only have left. You grow on the X, which means the Y should just fit. Take an inspecty look. Get over there. There we go. Bottom bar. Frame 0. Ew, you guys aren't quite. Okay, so you fill that. It's because bottom bar doesn't quite fill. And that's because this guy, the, you're set to grow. We did that. Would everything be more or less happy? Would be. I like that much better. just because I'm pain in my own butt that way. Okay. Now, I don't know if I want this border to live where it is now, or if I would rather it live up here. And I might rather it live up there. So let's take this border, and instead of putting it on the whole thing, let's just see how we like it if it's only on the top. Yeah, I like that better. And then we have our nice little toolbar. Okay. Let's also just make sure that when I make a change, yeah, I like that more. Then if we make it weird sizes, it just looks better in general. Like, it'll still get a little squashed, but you shouldn't be that small anyway. And we can mess with media query type stuff later. This now. How do I want to do this a little better? Let's do a quick commit for that. Rework menu bar into a toolbar like appearance. Border around top section only. The thing I'm thinking about is doing not a pop. Oh, it is a pop-up menu. Okay, if I do that, I would be able to put it. Would I call it file or would I call it map? I want to go into this room. Roll for it. 1. Somehow the door disappeared and the code panicked, and now your computer is on fire. Good luck. Is this a game about trying to play a MUD or trying to write a MUD engine? Because I feel like I've experienced that exact sequence of events while writing this. If instead of save, I need to look at how do I... Okay, so they're just new buttons inside of there. So we just put them in. The thing I would need to do would be to maybe keep the save there. But let's say if we did instead of setting the text, set an icon save, and then instead of this open button, let's comment this out for half a second. No, let's not. Let's just put you up because we just did a commit. We can easily chuck you. We'll just put you up here, let you go first. But I will need to get all of you, not just your click handler. Put that here. We'll call you map instead of open map. And you are not just a new button. You do set menu. Let's do that. And instead of open button, map button. Set menu. Func m core.scene. Take this, put it around this. And then these guys are the buttons. So we'd do, this will be save button. Save menu button. This goes on to M, set text, save. Save map. We'll want to, if we do this, we'll do this, and then this will just call the save func. And then in here, on click, save func. Can I call that directly? No. Okay, that's fine. I would need to, oh, I could do that. I can. Just put you in here and we move our set handled in there. And then we can just come up here. Save func. Same deal here. Not uses that. There we go. Okay. It's just lying to me. Then we could do we want to and we can do call you close map button. New button off of M, set text. Close map. And then the on click is just this guy. That makes sense. Because new map lives over here because it's a button inside of our file browser. Don't think I want to put a new map in here, really. But it feels kind of awkward. Maybe it's fine. Let's take a look. Let's see how we feel about it. This is backwards, but that's fine. So save map and close map live there. I think without having more things up there, doesn't really make sense to break this out. But we can just rename, instead of open map, we can call it close map. I think I like that better. So save can go first. I think so. I think I do like that. This becomes close map, but you don't get set menu called on you anymore. We don't do this. We don't do that. This is just map button, which we'll rename here in a second. Close button. If we find that we need more functionality later, we can always refactor that again to go the other way around, right? So let's just do that. Yeah. Because we warn you, so it's probably fine. Hey, do you want to continue? No. I wanted to click save, but I don't because I don't want to write that junk to it. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. I'm happier with that for now. Rename and reorder the save and close buttons. All right, now let's take one more quick look around at this. And we'll think about that takes care of all the things we had open. I should check for to-dos quick, but I think this is where I want to be for now. Up until we change and add more things to map. I guess we could take one quick look at this because these are not the same size and it bugs me just a little bit. We could take a quick look at trying to scale that a little bit. But that's really just kind of polish. We'll check for to-dos first. This display map name, we have one. Cool. We don't have a map name yet. It's not a thing. We're not making that decision just yet. Empty maps correctly. We do that. we're good there. Because when we create a map, it has to have a size. And we've set sizes to have minimums, so that's fine. Still kicking that down the road. Oops. That was a paste, not a look. There we go. Nothing in there. That's not surprising. Our connection form. No to-dos in here. You keep trying to paste. I swear I hit search. Nothing in there. Nothing in there. Nothing in you, I'm sure, but yeah. Pretty sure I pulled most of these that we need to do immediately into issues in the moment, or bugs in the moment, or cards. Cards, there's the word. Cards in the moment. But, yep, don't have that yet. Templates lives there. No to-dos. Connection tile might. Figure out what I want to do with logging. Okay, yeah, that's still. I don't know why you were telling me there's only one of these. Weird. Okay. This we already did. So that can go away. That's weird. You, no to-dos. No to-dos. There shouldn't be any of these guys. Type gen we don't do. We will run type gen again real quick just to make sure before this gets merged that everything has been updated. Skills is just a super placeholdery thing. I think we're rocking and rolling. Okay. Clean up old. Clean up Chiduns. There we go. Go generate. We'll let that run real quick. See if that changed anything. Nope. Okay, good. Means everything was up to date. And barring anything I'm overlooking, which we'll just make a bug for later, I believe we're ready to merge this finally. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. Do that. Looks good to me. Merge. Delete that. Oh, closed everything when I switched back to main. Okay, so that clean up. Okay. Do that. Figure out what we want to tackle next. We've got a couple things we could do. Everything looks happy, fantastic. Mostly just wanted to make sure that my build cache was up to date with when I switch back. So we go look. Could do. Ooh, that's done. Let's knock out a little bug first, I think. We had noticed a there was a possible intermittent race condition. Let's go take a look and see if we can reproduce that real quick. I think it was something that came up kind of off and on, and we weren't really sure if it was valid. That's taken an awful long time. Well, it's probably, yeah. Probably is taking a long time, because it's A, race testing, but also B, other things probably haven't been built lately. Also make sure that... Yes, I did start the database. There we go. Starting to get some results. Okay. I'm going to run it one more time. I need to do that. Should have cleared again. It's fine. Hopefully. Maybe. Okay. So I think we're okay then. We will make a note here. Not showing up in test with race flag as of 6:15. Recheck later. We'll just put you back in there real quick. And then we can take a quick look at, pop this over here. Come on. You know you want to. There we go. We want to make sure that we had tests for a couple of weird tile states. Connect tile 1 to tile 2. Tile 2 already has a connection object, but it's one way, and the added object is bidirectional. So if I was to do this, and I was to take this and say, I'm going to delete 3, 2 to 4, 2, let's say, and then drop you in here, it's going to overwrite, but it did prompt me. So that should be fine. Don't... Go look at the server game map. Might be in tile. Tile connect. So if we look at tile test, if we say that we test unidirectional connection, we test a backwards unidirectional. I think that might be because we got rid of the notion of, double check here. Transit, target direction is that. We do template processing. We need to add that to the editor eventually, but not yet. Worry about that later. The this is a side project I'm building. Yep. The oh gosh. Just that so I can see a little better. So we grab the transit if it exists. We look at both sides. We don't worry about the direction here. We get it based on what you're telling me to connect to. Right now, that's the only kind of thing we know how to connect, so that's fine. We make sure that we have this, if not set, which we don't allow in the editor, which maybe we should change, but we'll do that later. Then we add from connections to the target direction is the new connection. ID is ID, so when we connect, we generate a new one if it's not. which we would call over here, I believe. Double check. You're in game map. You're also in game map, so you're in the same package. It's fine. Won't be in there. Just making sure that I think the changes I made kind of make this non-issue now, but I want to make sure that I'm not forgetting something, or at least try to. There's nothing here about connections, which makes sense because it's just it's a method off of a tile. So yeah, I think we're safe because of that. Because we use whatever's there, or and in our use whatever's there, or we create a new one. But in our in the editor, we check if there's data or not before we overwrite anything. Like just this by itself would override. But that's fine. It's kind of how I would expect it to be. Yeah, I think we're good. Make myself a note. That way I can, later when I realize I was not good, I can only blame myself. Let me leave a note. This should no longer be an issue because we connect from a tile pointer to another tile pointer. Override the current connection to that direction if needed. The editor is responsible for knowing if it is going to overwrite data or not. Into the done with you. Now, there is a, I think, let's make sure that I'm not crazy. I believe there is a bug currently with the output. Let's just clean that up really quick if there is still one. Run the server real quick. Make sure you come up. Yes. Run the client real quick. That's working, but this, yeah, we need to fix our output here. See, when we move, skill checks. Figure out how we want to do that. We need an editor for that too. Skills and for character, like classes and stuff. Going to be a lot of editor work to get us up to where we can start consuming the engine via it, or building the game in the engine via it, which will help us to flesh out the things the server needs still. And then the client will have to do stuff too, because it's not going to be able to share that the editor widget, which was kind of like the original idea, but that editor widget became just by necessity so very editory that like it wouldn't make sense to reuse the widget. There'd be so much unused code. So we leave tile. We get the leave message out of the transit, which is a string. That makes me wonder if we go to server config map, that's correct. And then if we go to this guy, that is correct. Your message, leave message. If I self exit, just writes it, okay. But our, oh, I closed it. Oh, I crashed. What did I crash on? I crashed on closing. When I get context, GLFW library is not initialized. That seems like a not a me problem. So I moved, this part works. Okay, so it's the enter only. And I suspect that while we're here, just because if I close you, you crash. So it's probably just something to do with a graceful cleanup or a graceful shutdown. So we'll take a look at in a minute or later. If I was to log out and close, the process didn't die yet. Okay, so that's a thing. Come in, do that. If I exit and close, then everything shuts down correctly. Okay, so we'll make a boog. Server, not server, client. Closing the client window without disconnecting causes a panic. Specifically, we'll talk about create you, come in here, edit this, code, grab that, in you go. Oh, that didn't code format. Is it because I need... There we go. I don't know why I didn't put in all three. So leave that for myself. I'll also do client. Actually, no. This should be the same panic. Let's double check. Yeah, it looks mostly the same. Okay, so that should get me there. Intertile. I need to run this again so that I can look at it without... If I type the right password, it'll help. Paste. Okay, so I see a very interesting tile. Self-enter. File short description. This right here. You see, ba 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 ba. I need to this should append. Oh. Certainly doesn't help, does it? There we go. And then to the right string, edit text, or exit text rather. We'll also write space. We can do this way. Add a space. Take it out of there. And then here, we'll exit this real quick. Because, not that. We need to restart the server. Then we need to restart the client. Missing still. Oh, was it... exit text. Short description. This was supposed to be here. Because I'm writing this to my buffer. I see the description. And then this, yeah. Silly. Silly mistake. exit real quick. Restart the server. There we go. No, I lied. What? Is your major malfunction here? Shouldn't close that. I should have kept it open. Words whether the byte slice s ends with suffix. Byte string. This shouldn't matter. But maybe I'm confused. Yeah, doesn't. Okay. So that must mean that the if statement is not correct. This prefix has suffix. Let's do write the string of that real quick. Let's see. And because I'm on the new line, that kind of looks like it should have. I guess maybe I should have done printf and then do set q and then a new line. That. Log out of there. Relaunch you. Okay, so there is no new line on there, but it's obviously not detecting, or I guess we can try trace here as well. Let's say missing new line pending. Exit that, restart. So yeah, it's not detecting the lack of it. Why not? Because I'm an idiot. I was looking at the entirely wrong place. If it does not have the suffix. What a silly, silly thing. Run that. Again. Run that. There we go. Let's exit here. And then we can also do... We could do this and say if the index is length of visible exits -1, right string, and just a nice little except for, oops, silly. Because we're flipping this around. It would go there. Brain's getting crispy. Okay. And we just need a one more space because it's going in the middle. And then is there something else? I don't think so. Think that was it for this particular bug. What we'll do, I forgot to create a new branch. That's fine though. Stash this real quick. Do new branch. We'll say fix map. Thank you. Just loaded. Fix map tile description output. Push that up. The heck happened there? Oh, huh. My commit message. Had an exclamation point, and that confused everything. There we go. Is this stuff hard to do? I've never done coding before, but I'm a bit interested in learning. What am I saying? It looks very difficult. I mean, yes, it can be hard. It will be hard. But like, you can certainly get started and dip your toes in and see if it's something that is for you pretty easily. Okay, so the that change has been pushed. Let's go close that window, and I shouldn't have. Go merge this really quick. Delete that. Get that up there. Or down there, rather. Clean up that. Now, let's see what we're going to do next here. I think has to be either abilities or the editor for abilities and skills, or character class stuff. Can I share any advice for someone just starting out? Yes. Let me get you a link. And I'll drop it in both chats in case anybody else is interested. Come in here. And in here, there are languages. Hey, thanks for follow. There are languages that have a learning mode. So pick one of those. What language you pick is going to kind of depend on what do you want to program, right? If you're just generally curious, do either Python or Go. They both have a learning mode, and they're both easier to learn, right? And you might need some additional stuff depending on how good you are at searching for issues, right? I don't know of anything that's a more gentle on-ramp than this for learning like the very basics of what is an if statement sort of thing. But go through. Oh, it's up here. There we go. Learn, right? So there will be basics here, like this one, and they have instructions. They talk about stuff. If you don't get it all, that's fine. Just kind of struggle your way through, right? It's got to be really hard to just get on the first step. But as you get comfortable with that, it'll start to get a little easier. And once you learn how to think like a programmer and all of this becomes second nature, then it's a lot easier to learn new things, right? But they have these instructions, and they also have, let's see, I don't think for this one, but like if you get a little further, maybe not this one either. Some of them have videos that'll talk about them. YouTube videos are also going to be your friend. And then you can also look here, and I'll drop links in both chats. If you're wondering what to think about next, let's say I want to be a game developer. You can come in here, and they're going to give you some ideas of things that you can start learning, right? So here they got Python, Rust, C Sharp, C++, GD script, whatever. This is going to depend on what your interests are, right? This is just an example, but you can come in here and there's free resource links here. There should also be, on some of them, premium resources. So these are things you have to pay for, courses in this case. But there's also free stuff here. And you can kind of Google yourself from there, right? But in general, this will just kind of give you ideas about what should I learn if you want to go into, you know, whatever skill set or role. They have all kinds of stuff here. Like here's the Go roadmap, right? Learn the basics. They say, here's some resources that are free. You can go dig around in there. This is the official Go tutorial. You can do all that. Is this technically software engineering? Yes. Lots and lots of resources there to try to help you along. But at the end of the day, it's going to matter how much time you spend on it, right? Appreciate the advice. We'll check it out. Awesome. Good luck. I hope you enjoy it and write lots of things. And if not, I mean, that's okay too. That's not for everybody, right? Gosh, my camera has gone blurry again today. I wonder if I got crap on the lens. Check that after. I was figuring out what I want to do next. So either character class and race and stuff like that stuff in an editor, or skills and abilities. I really like that roadmap link. Yeah. When I was looking into cybersecurity in particular, it's really hard to get direction for progression other than certifications. Yeah. That happens a lot in the space. And a lot of the times it's because, like, people will come in and go, hey, I want to learn to do this thing. And you're like, okay, well, here's a bunch of resources. And then they don't do it because it's hard and there's a lot of it, you know? So people just kind of get jaded and they just say, well, go get some certs. It's a very valuable skill to have in this digital world. Yeah, I would agree. But I'm biased. Character. Why did I put you into 2? I don't know why I split that up in the moment. This should be... This should be more generic, but that's fine for now. Just make myself a note for that. Character. Why did I put everything into separate, not everything that won't be readable later? Why did I put notify, enter, leave, etc. into separate functions? This should be handled more generically. With the character package deciding what output to send to its client based on the event in question. Maybe that's why. Maybe I didn't have... Maybe I didn't have enough structure around this to make a reasonable determination about what it was at this level. But yeah, this is silly. Absolutely silly. What was I thinking? That's fine for now. Yeah, notify. You should just be in here. A lot of this can collapse down. That's fine. It's okay for now. This looks like the Matrix. I mean, all I really see is blonde, brunette, redhead. Look, that's just a placeholder. That's fine. Ken Stowe. Right, that's for... Okay, yeah. Yeah, I want to have attributes and skills. This comes from the manager. That makes sense still. Because characters will have the skills and attributes in them. I think I want to do skills and attributes first. And because skills apply on top of attributes, generally speaking, I think I want to do attributes first. So let's do that. Let's go ahead and do, for editor, build attribute editor. Let's get this fired up here. We won't need this anymore. We'll need to be in editor land again. Create, not skill, attribute editor. See, I think I'll have to move myself to YouTube live stream instead. Twitch has gone really bad in the last few days with forcing more ads on me, and I seriously dislike them. Especially ads about stupid shows I'm not interested in. There should be 1.5 minutes of ads every half hour, depending on your local stuff. Like Twitch's ads are kind of hit or miss. Like they go or they don't, right? We're going to check out those resources you shared. Thanks again for the help. Yeah, no problem. The Seeing as I have YouTube Premium, that might be a nice experience. Yeah, maybe. You're welcome either place, right? But theoretically, you should only see that amount. It's the bare minimum we have to run to disable pre-rolls, which is, more than none, but it is what it is. The thing we're going to need to do is we'll need to, I'm just thinking about the config file stuff, right? I don't think it makes sense to make that its own widget because it's just the Cogent widget for a file browser. So we can use the same sort of like we don't get anything from abstracting it, right? What we need to do, we need to get this main open, and we're going to need to just close this for now. We need to rough in a couple things. Right now, we just blindly open map editor, but we're going to want to make that selectable, which will come into play via the home screen. And that's just a pager open. Okay, so the other thing to think about is if it makes sense to even give that as an option for... Yeah, it probably does. Probably fine. How are we going to do these? What do I want that UI to look like? Right now, you can open the home page. Wrong window. There we go. I think. You think, therefore you am? Okay. So there's our home page, which is just a placeholder. So we actually are going to need to think about that too. But for now, what we can do... Indeed, I am, therefore I thunk. Nice. Let's call you... Call you that, actually. And then up here... Actually, before we do that, do that. We were doing constants here. We'll stick with that. But I'll reorder these just because. Is this actually used? Yes, yes it is. Okay, that's fine. Template file name. Yes. That's for the specific things to the editor, so those stay. This becomes at attribute editor. At. I think, therefore, I am confused. Me. Nice. Not open. Gosh. I put everything in the wrong place. Open. This will do the attribute editor just for now. So that it hard opens that. And there was something else we needed to do. What if we put a bar at the top, toolbar type thing? That allowed you to switch. That might be nice. We'll worry about that later. Because right now you're going to be stuck in whichever editor. But that's going to tie into the home screen stuff. So. What do we want for the attribute editor to look like? We want to have a little brainstorming. Are you stuck? There you are. I want to look at do I want to look at that? No, I don't think so. Let's just do put you in here in the same place. You are going to be attribute widget mockup. So that's what I was going to look at. I was going to look at we have server attributes, and we have these placeholders. And I don't think that Cogent currently supports the notion of like a floating window in anything other than a dialogue. And I don't think that it... I'm wondering if I want to put skills and abilities in here. Like, we'll start with abilities for sure, but... we can do tabs. Do I want to do a tabs? How do I want to do that? There's also not the idea, like, of a dockable tabs. Kind of sucks, but you know, is what it is. If we look at skills as well, yeah, these got to go in the same place eventually. They're so tightly related, not really coupled, but related, that it just doesn't make sense not to. So if we have our screen, don't feel, just give me a little boundary. I want you to be not how to turn off the I use a rectangle instead of a square. That's how I do it. So we have our screen. The how do I display this? Like the display for an individual thing isn't terrible. We just need a form, basically, like we have been doing. We use the config manager to load it. We don't have to load everything, you know, map related like we do over here. So we don't need to export that. Let's just play a little bit and see if we come up with something decent. Could do something like this. Where we get a little top section. And we do attributes. And then we could have these don't really need to be maybe we just do a list of them of some kind. Oop, that didn't go where I wanted it. We have maybe like this. We have like strength, dex, intelligence, and then um we have, you know what I should have done there? It's done this. Like this. I need you to be locked, please. Thank you. And you go in there. And that could do. I think this would want to be a little bit bigger. Get you back up there a little. We can do kind of like we've done before. We put a box at the bottom for new attributes. Like we did for templates. And then in here, we do our form tied to this. And we have this. Pull you over here. Make you bigger. Okay, so then we could do oops. We do you, and you are, zoom in a little bit so we can see better. Do we even want a header? Probably not. As long as this is set to selected, it should be plenty clear. Let's move that up there. Then we have UUID. Editable or read only. Yeah, okay. This is better UI. I hope. Description. How do I? Don't remember how to do this now. Another program I only use once every million years. It'll, I don't know, doesn't matter. Text box. done. This would be help text. Which is tell the user what this stat does in long form with more detail, add-on effects, etc. Might as well just pull these guys out of here completely. If my list to back. There. Actually, can I just do there, copy you with all your formatting. That's better. Let's lock you. And then we can do almost basically the same. I need to unlock that, I think, for copy. And then do duplicate. We might have to scroll this, but that'd be fine, I suppose. Or we could tab it. The we could do them side by side. This would end up being skills. And we'll do a quick mock-up of these. We used athletics, our just placeholder config, acrobatics, and exception. UUID is still read-only. Did I leave off the S? I sure did. What a silly. And then that, this is also we need to know this also has it's gonna have to have a spinner. I don't want to do that though. The formatting will be all wonky. I just want to copy you. This is the associated attribute spinner. Could do that. Not sure I love that though. I think I would rather have a tabs for this as it sits, but I don't think you're going to want to. You could also do a split and just do it side by side. That way you could expand and contract them. I'm not sure what's best though. Let's see if we can find some inspiration here. What was the... There's a game UI database. And it's called Game UI Database. Stats and resources. Overview and stats. This is more character centric, but that's fine. Just to kind of get some thoughts. Also look for ability list. Not quite in the same neighborhood. This is very much purely game UI. Game states. Buttons and controls will be a little okay, yeah, this is completely different. Information. Missions and quests, not really. Collectibles menu, maybe. This is kind of what I've got already, but doesn't really solve the need to add two different discrete sets. Although they have like a, you do. Oh, okay, here we go. This has jarred something loose in my brain. What if we had, similar to what they're doing, unlock this really quick. Scoot it down. Let's move you. Let's move you over. The time of day again, so I'll go and do my thing a little bit. The sleeping thing? See you tomorrow? Yeah. Sounds good, man. Have yourself a good night. And I hope your writing went well. So we did this, and we had two up here. And maybe a little bit bigger just for funsies. And this was attributes. Can't seem to shake the sleeping habit. Yeah, you know, it's once you get used to it, it's a little difficult. Get over 2K words today. That's an average evening. Okay, that's good. That's good. Steady, but slow but steady, right? Or average but steady. Okay, so what we can do, it's kind of crazy, but actually we can do this. So this can grow. When we click on it, this whole, oh, I can't do all of it. That's annoying. We'll do it the hard way. So this whole thing gets a little bit skinnier. I missed. Let's be you. Not sure why you are only connected to one side, but that's fine. So this all kind of stays more or less the same, but go to the back, please. Did I not? You did not go all the way back. Here we go. You guys got to scooch in just a tiny bit. We do this. This actually goes away entirely, come to think of it. Let's get rid of that. Replace you with a box. For the sake of my sanity. Sand backward. Sand backward. Chew back. There we go. There. This guy. Sure you line up. And then this whole thing Why that didn't select. We get you scooched up. And then see here to back this guy. We can actually make you a little skinnier even, which is good. Back at the back. So you can see what your options are, and this should still be scrollable. You need to be most back. Like that. And then when you click on skills, like up there maybe, I don't know, we might need to have a little bit better of a UI hint for this is a clickable thing type deal. But then we could basically flip-flop these so that you can see the list of your selections. That might be kind of cool. Wonder if I'm setting myself up for misery though. We can always like prototype it, right? Just without any hooking up any data to it to keep it kind of chilled. Might do that. Might just do that. Okay, so our attribute editor. We're going to pull this out into a widget. For the map, it should be default. We shouldn't need that. Make sure I didn't just totally screw everything up real quick. Yeah, perfect. Okay. I don't know why that was there. That back so that we get this to open. We'll do the same thing here. Where we just make a container for this page to live in. And then we just make a note here. this guy, this guy, this guy. Actually, all of that can go away. That here, and we say toggle between the two as active widget takes 3/4 space, inactive widget becomes scrollable list. Like so. Yeah, I mean, it seems like it should be cool if we can pull it off. Let's go ahead and close that so that this lock file goes away. Or this backup file. Maybe it doesn't go away by itself. Maybe I just need to do that. Let's go ahead and commit this so that we have it in the repo. We'll do, first of all, this guy, just the IO file, add the mockup or the skills and abilities page, and then add the pager for attribute editor, move default direction in app widget while we are cleaning up stuff. Push those up. This is going to actually be a good place to stop because it has been 4 hours. I stream for 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending on Monday. So I'll be here tomorrow. And if you like this kind of thing, then show up here tomorrow, 4 hours before now, wherever you are in the world. And I should be here doing more of it. And I'd love to see you again. If I don't see you, then have a great week anyway. And maybe we'll catch you some other time. Thank you to everybody who came and hung out and the great chat. There was a lot of good stuff today that we talked about, good resources and all that good stuff. Yeah, have yourselves a wonderful rest of your day wherever you are.